Evening all. Friday. Yes, we're doing a Friday stream now. Feels a bit weird, but here we are. Yeah, ignore the XP thing on YouTube. That's just a thing that they do now. I think they rank people based on how much they chat. Something like that. What are we working on? Good question. So the whole idea behind the Friday streams is that, and I mentioned this on the last stream, but basically it's stuff that is going to be needed for the game at some point, but isn't necessarily in one of the upcoming patches. So it's kind of just things we need to get done around the patches that we're doing. And it's just stuff that I fancy working on. So it's kind of, it's a way of getting ahead of ourselves on some patches, and a way of just keeping me sane by just, having me just work on stuff that just excites me. So yeah, go-karts, that would be fun. Yeah, sadly there were no plans to add go-karts, although I do want to add moon buggies, so maybe. But I figured for tonight's stream, I'll start with populating the ship with NPCs, like the full crew of 200. In fact, let me show you a test I did. I just go to little me. Go to my test map a minute. And yes, multi-star systems, that's another thing that I will get into it at some point. Yeah, I don't want to do anything that's going to break part of the game. So things like the multi-star systems, I need to touch the galaxy gen in quite a hardcore way. There's a lot of that which needs to change in order to incorporate having multiple berry centers within a star system. So things like that are not the sort of thing I'll do on a Friday, because I want to try and keep it to things which I can either get done in 4 hours, or something that I can progress within 4 hours without touching anything that's patch related, because I don't want to go breaking something, and a lot of the things we do requires breaking things. You've got to break eggs to make omelets and all that. So I'm trying to avoid that where possible. Yes, this is my test map. So this is my test Magellan with no other levels, just so that I can load in and out really, really quickly. So when I fire it up, you'll find that it gets us in game very fast. And you'll notice that there's a counter on the screen which is counting cats. And I created a spawner which simply just rains down cats within a certain radius. I mean, we're already up to 70 odd. And if I turn on my frame rate a minute. So my frame rate in the editor is always weirdly low. I get like 200 plus in a packaged game, but like 50 in the editor. But you'll notice we're up to 150 cats now. And I've got very little in the way of frame drop. So if I come all the way over here, see, my frame rate is around about 45, 46, remaining stable. And you'll see that the cats in the distance there, they have a reduced tick rate. So if I walk up to the mother lode, the feline mountain, you can see that my frame rate's gone down to 24. But as I come back over here, all the optimization that I wrote actually increases our frame rate. So we'll see we're back up into the 30s now, and we're now up to 350 cats. So we've barely dropped any frame rate, with well over 150 more crew than the ship would need. We're now up to 400 cats, and that's double the crew complement. And frame rate is still okay when you're over here in the safe zone. I mean, you can still see them all through there. They haven't gone anywhere. It's just it dramatically reduces like the tick rate on the animation graph, the tick rate of the pathing. It basically just it reduces all the heavy stuff to make it possible to have that many NPCs. Yes, the visual tick rate. So you'll notice that the ones that are up close, they will be using their normal tick rate for the animation, so the animation is smooth. And then the ones that are distance, if we can see any moving, like that one there, you can see that the animation's a bit choppy, and it will get smoother and smoother the closer it gets to the camera. Although we're now up to almost 700 cats, so it's now starting to suffer. And again, if we go over to the cat mountain, then yeah, you can see that frame rate is now tanking quite considerably. But I mean, there's over 700 cats here, so it's reasonably impressive. In fact, it's so optimized that I think we can probably push the crew limit of the Magellan above 200 and maybe go with something, maybe even like 400 by double bunking some of the crew quarters, but we'll have a look at that. So one of the things I wanted to do is get the full crew complement in, have them pathing around and doing stuff, and then just get a feel for how full the ship is. And if the ship's feeling a little bit empty and deserted, then we will rethink just how many crew we're going to have. But as you can see, we are now over 900 cats, and yeah, as much as frame rate is tanking, you know, you'll never see them all in one place in the game, so should be fine. I imagine it's probably going to kill the stream. Let's stop it at 1,000. Funnily enough, no. So these cats are doing stuff. They are pathing around using the nav mesh. They are looking for places to go. So, you know, they are doing all the things that the NPC crew will be doing. So these cats are perfectly analogous to an NPC crew member. But yeah, there we go. So we now have over 1,000 cats, and my frame rate is starting to really suffer, as is the memory pools. Let's just dive into the pile. Eee. Anyway. Remove the cat spawner? Never. Why would I want to do that? Did I just click the wrong level? I think I did. Yes, I did. Yeah, so all of the NPC crew members will be running logic all of the time, because we want the NPC crew to be completely consistent aboard the ship. So, you know, if crew member 192 goes off and, you know, performs a task somewhere, then that crew member will literally be pathing around the ship performing those tasks. They'll be doing it very slowly, so that the tick rate of the pathing and the tick rate of the animations will be practically zero if you can't see them. They essentially become like just a disembodied bit of code that's moving around the ship. They only become a visible animated NPC when you can see them. The rest of the time they're just logic that's moving around, but they are physically there and they are physically doing stuff. So, you know, we want to be able to follow an NPC crew member around throughout their entire shift, and just watch them go about their business. So it's not going to be the case that, you know, you walk around a corner and boom, there are NPCs that are just generically spawned. They will have already have been there, you know, and they'll go back to their crew quarters and all that sort of stuff. So you'll notice that there's a bunch of green squares. These are actually the points of interest for the NPC crew. If I turn on, because I'm assuming these are the F and G deck ones. Let's go for F deck framework walls. Yeah, so you'll see that we've got a point of interest there, which is facing one of the little electrical junction boxes, and another one there. So what they're doing is they are picking a point of interest on the map, and then they're pathing to that point of interest, and then performing whichever task has been assigned to them. So what we need to do is we need to start setting up some points of interest for the different crew roles. So you can see that these ones are set for engineering, and we've got lots of different crew roles that we can assign the points of interest to, and of course they can also be multiples if we need to. So that's just an array. So this particular point of interest could be serviced by multiple different types of NPC. So I guess the easiest way to go about this would be to start from, I suppose, B deck, because we want probably an NPC bartender. So we grab one of our crew roles, points of interest rather, then we'll start populating them. Right, we also want to make sure we're doing this on the right level. So what's that one on? That's on F deck, yeah, so that's fine. So let's go for B deck NPC. Right, so we'll move a point of interest there. And this also tells the NPC which way to face as well. So the arrow component, which should be there. Why is there no arrow component? Weird. Okay, so for some reason when I move them up to B deck, oh no, it was in the floor, that's why. Of course. That's just me being a bit simple. Right, yeah, so the arrow is the direction that the NPC is told to face once they're performing their task, whatever that task may be, so that we can situate them accordingly. So what we could do here on B deck is if we set this to stewards, and then we could have just a few along there like that, and that means that the NPC that's assigned to the steward's role will just pace back and forth between these points of interest. And we can also have them do a random pathing as well, so they'll just pick a point within a certain radius and walk there just to break up the routine a little bit, and then they'll path back and perform their idle action in one of these spots. Yeah, the NPCs sound complicated at face value, but in actual fact they're computationally very light, because most of it's event driven, and the most computationally heavy thing they do is the animation graph. So you're only animating NPCs you can see, and if you can't see them, the animation graph is essentially paused, and the skeletal mesh is hidden as well, so it's not even trying to render it. So yeah, we're using pawn sensing for that. So if the player can sense the pawn, then it will render everything and create a fully fledged NPC. Let's stick. I think I have a couple of NPC points of interest by the 3D printers. So when it comes to these NPCs performing actual actions, so at some point we want them to actually use the 3D printer to print things out that they need. Those will be event-driven tasks. So we will have the 3D printer itself will become a point of interest rather than just having a generic stand here and do something point of interest. So they will seek out the closest 3D printer, stand in front of it, and then they will, perform the action of just, using the control pad, which will just be like a generic animation that they do. But the logic will then tell the 3D printer what to print. So it will do an animation and then just send a message to say print out whatever the NPC needs at the time. And then when the printer confirms it's been printed, the item will disappear and it will go into the NPC's inventory. So all of that's event driven, and in the between times when nothing's happening, the NPC's just stood there. It's not doing any logic, nothing's running, so it's just event, which is a very lightweight way of managing them. Honestly, I don't know, Anassi. I suppose it depends on the scope of the game. You have games like Dwarf Fortress, which have crazy amounts of depth and complexity with their NPCs, and RimWorld to perhaps a lesser extent. It's really about the scope of the game. I mean, we are making, I guess, what you could kind of describe as the Sims in space. They will behave like characters in The Sims. They'll have similar wants and needs, but unlike The Sims, they'll be fully self-managed. So they will manage all of their own needs. So if they need to go to the bathroom, they'll just go to the bathroom. You won't need to tell them to. Right, I think I will make this one. I'm tempted just to set this up for every role. I'll leave it as stewards for now, but I'll probably make that a multi-role one. It depends on the implementation, really. I mean, Elder Scrolls is quite an old game now, so probably has older tech. Right, let's go and steal one of the engineers. You'll do. Need to change the material on these points of interest so that it's not visible through stuff. In fact, I think I'm going to do that now while I think of it, because it's quite distracting. So I imagine we're not doing depth checks. Oh, that's interesting. Now we are doing depth checks. That's really weird. Why are they visible through walls? Unless they're set to use a different channel. Yeah, I thought they might have custom stencil enabled, but they don't. That's really weird. It's just a standard translucent material. There should be no way that they are visible through the floor. Oh, we'll ignore it for now. So this NPC needs to be set to be the steward's department. Where are we? So stewards. There's they'll probably randomly dress as I move them around. Yeah. So right now, all of the NPCs only work with the points of interest, unless we tick free roam on them, but then they only free roam. So I need to go into their logic and add free roam as a random thing they do from time to time. I should have a look, Luke. No, it's definitely not in a custom depth path unless we're turning that on. No, we're not. Don't know. Very weird. I mean, it's literally just a color and opacity. There's nothing else going on in this material. Hang on, let's make it masked a minute, just for the fun of it. See, that fixed it. So that you can only have depth checking disabled if it's translucent. What is it? No, it's not a material instance either, is it? No. Weird, don't know. I shall debug that later. Right, let's check that NPC. So we should have all these levels should already be set up to load NPCs if NPCs are enabled in the settings. So let's just check that that's the case. One of the other things that's been mentioned in the past is that turning off NPCs does not disable the cat or the chicken. So we'll probably have to make a separate thing for that. So we'll have like pets as a separate layer. So that if you want to get rid of the NPCs but keep the cat, then you can. The NPCs can't sit in chairs, but there's, to be honest, there's not a lot of additional logic that's needed for that. The chairs are already set up to have that. Why is she going out this way? Where are you going? Are you going down to engineering? I bet you are. She's like, I know I'm in the stewards department, but my heart's in engineering. I'm missing a light there. Yeah, it's a good point actually, Delta. Yeah, the label isn't part of the usual player names labels, so that needs fixing. We have a lift. I'll use it to get back up. Oh yeah, so basically she's come all the way down from the VIP lounge because she wants to check a breaker. So she still thinks she's in engineering. Let's take the lift up. I fixed the weird collision object that was getting people stuck in lifts. So you'll notice that if I stand in the doorway now and we go up to B deck, I will no longer get like thrown off. It should be silky smooth all the way up. It was actually a collision mesh on one of the ceiling lights, but like it was one of these ones over here. So even though the panel's here, there was like a weird collision thing all the way over here. It took us a good half an hour or so to find it. Right then. Yeah. It's like I can see the collision, but where the hell's it come from? And because obviously if you can't see the mesh, it hides it. Like the collision thing was like only visible when the camera was at a certain angle. So like to begin with, we couldn't even see that there was a collision thing there. It was an absolute nightmare of a bug to fix. I'll have a check of that, Delta. Yeah, it might be related to the collision thing that was there. See, she says she's in stewards. Let me just make sure there's no other thing here. Ah, that'll be why. We're doing that separately. I might change this so the valid point of interest types is based on their department rather than a separate thing that we do. Although, that said, I suppose we also want to give her VIP lounge bar. That's a good point actually, because if we get these ones and we change them to VIP lounge bar, then if we add another steward NPC, then we can set these ones to, I guess we're going to have to add some extra things to the enum, like VIP lounge kitchen. So we'll just leave them as VIP lounge. So if we remove the bar and just keep it to VIP lounge, just stewards and VIP lounge, and then that one is stewards and VIP lounge bar. And if I change these ones, oops, to just VIP lounge, it means that the person behind the bar won't go in here. So stewards, stewards, stewards. It's also got bridge crew on it. Some reason. Right, let's give that a quick test. Yeah, that's not a bad shout actually, Anasi. Yeah, if we can color code them based on what they are, that would definitely make life easier. I can also build up some labels and just put some labels on them too. No, the NPCs don't use the lift yet. That's something I was speaking to Claire about earlier, because although that NPC managed to path from the VIP lounge all the way down to engineering without any issues, they are relying on these little things that join nav meshes together. I can't remember what they're called, but there's like this little double green arrow thing that joins together two nav meshes, and they're not always reliable. So sometimes, like when we used to have damageable ceiling lights that the NPCs would fix, they'd stand on the wrong deck but still be able to fix the light, because where they thought the light wasn't where it actually was, and it was because of this nav mesh joining thingy. Yeah, this is why we have the test map, because it's much quicker to load. Right, so she's basically chilling behind the bar, as we'd expect. And where did the other one go? Did I not set the other one to stewards? I bet I didn't. An unruly NPC. But yes, so when it comes to traversing decks, I think what I'll do is I'll make it so that they go to the stairs and path to the stairs, and then decide, where do I need to go next. So if the deck that they need to go to is, say, 3 decks up, then they will path to the stairwell on each deck, so that they're going from stairwell to stairwell, so that they won't actually path off to the actual location point until they're on the deck that they know they need to be on, and then we won't get issues where they're going to the wrong deck to do things. Check the bathroom. Nope. But yes, and the same will be true for the lift. So if we add points in their pathing where they know that where they want to get to is, say, 3 decks up, and they know that if they go to the lift, then they can obviously wait for the lift to be available, enter the lift, and then go to the deck that they need to go to. That is going to be tricky, because NPCs don't like to behave. So we need to make it so that they use the call lift button, and if I do it from here, so right now the lift is on this deck, so if I press the call lift button, then the doors will open. Now if I'm stood in the way, then the doors will never close. So we just need to make sure that when the doors open, that the NPC is triggered to step into the lift, Now obviously if something blocks them from going into the lift, that's going to change the timing as to when they go in the lift. So we don't want to get to the point where like the NPCs here, something's blocked them, now they're trying to get in the lift and they can't because the doors have closed. So that the whole process needs to be doors open, NPCs told to move forwards, NPC stand somewhere. They won't physically press the button, they'll do it through logic, and then they'll say, right, I want to go down to deck E. They will then wait for the lift to arrive, and then as soon as the door open event is triggered, they will then exit to probably like a holding point around here somewhere. So we'll have maybe like 6 holding points that they'll pick from randomly, and then they'll stop there for half a second, repath to where they want to go on that deck, and then just make their way to that location. So it's going to have to be a multiple step process for the NPC to use the lift. Stairs, however, they will just use the stairs, which is nice and simple, no waiting, and doesn't require any hassle. Oh. And also we need to put some slopes on these stairs so that the NPCs don't just give up and pout like that. So yeah, she's still quite happily stood behind the bar. The other guy has gone completely AWOL. Oh, no, there she is. There's another one there. I don't know why she's there. That's, I think she's got herself stuck. Yeah, during things like red alerts, they will jog rather than walk. I won't have them sprinting, but they'll up their pace, if red alert's happening, and if they're going to an action station. So if they're just making their way back to their crew quarters, they'll probably just walk. But if they need to be somewhere, like if you call an NPC to the bridge, then they'll jog rather than just saunter there slowly. Yeah, for sure. She needs to be doing something other than just standing there. Ah, nice. Yeah, none of these NPCs are using the standard state machine logic. It's all done via blueprints. And I might move to tasks, but I find using blueprints as the state machine gives me more control over what they do and when they do it. Yeah, the behavior trees, I've used them before and I found them to be quite limiting, which is why I just do it via blueprints. It's so much easier. Okay, well, rather than yeah, I don't see why not, AJ. Yes, Anasi. So when you summon an NPC to a bridge chair, in the future they will actually make their way to that chair. So they'll be jogging from wherever they were, or wherever they were assigned at the time. So if you imagine a task list for each department, then bridge duty is going to be one of the tasks. So they might be, if they're in engineering, for example, they might be working through engineering tasks that need doing, or if they're assigned the bridge duty role, that engineering NPC will come and occupy the bridge station until the end of their shift. So while we're doing this, one of the things we want them to do, obviously, is use the bathroom. So we could actually have a go at doing that, just for the fun of it. Good point, Claire, yes. Yes, so when we start a new game, rather than the player having to go and physically turn all the NPCs on, it would be nice if they were already there. Like having a security officer here, for example. So if we have... I'm assuming these ones are enabled for it. Yeah, so can spawn NPC, and this one would be tactical. So this NPC, this chair is now capable of spawning a tactical NPC. It doesn't have the ability yet to have it on as default, so that's something we can look at. Yes, Anasi, definitely. Yeah, so there will be multiple NPCs capable of a given job, because if you lose an NPC through the course of your mission, and you've lost your helmsman, then obviously you need another one. So you'll have multiple NPCs in the same department that can fulfill that role. So that bridge duty role will simply pass on to the next available NPC. So they'll come to the bridge and take over the helm if the current helmsman dies. And so on and so on. Just want to check the assignments on this one a minute. They're definitely in the right one. I don't know why I couldn't find them before. No matter. Right, so we should have POI types. There we go. So this enum is probably going to get huge because there's many different types of points of interest. So if we just say bathroom for the bathroom one, and then what we'll want to do is enable even more. That must be a bug. I think for the sake of my own sanity, I am going to make these not transparent for a minute. See, that's interesting actually, because it's brought in a hell of a lot more points of interest that weren't there before. So what level are they on? So they're on the old NPC level, which we're technically not loading anymore. Hang on, let's just double check that. So GFEDCBA. Yeah, so we're not loading that level, which means it doesn't need to be listed there. So let's remove that. Otherwise we're going to find ourselves getting confused. Well, the funny thing is that none of them are flagged for custom depth, but I'll look at that later. We can just have some non-transparent glow sticks for now. Right, so these will eventually be bathroom stalls. We might be able to fit 4 in along there, and then we'll have like a mirror along there and some sinks. Just have this as a nicely decorated bathroom. But we need these points of interest to be bathroom. And then these guys need to take themselves to a bathroom when they feel like they need to. And I think for now, we'll just do that on a timer. Right, so we've got a bunch of redundant stuff here. I think this was stuff that I took from an old player controller and copied over, because you got, yeah, because we got a bunch of weapon stuff. We got a bunch of that we don't need. Yeah, nameplate stuff. Yeah, so a bunch of that's probably not needed now. So what we do is when the game starts, it registers all the points of interest on game state, and the reason we're doing that is so that we have like a ground truth of all the different points of interest. I might make a separate actor for that rather than using game state, but we need basically an array of all the different points of interest. Rather than storing them in separate arrays, I'm wondering whether it might be better just to make this a struct, because we can populate the struct with all the points of interest as separate separate arrays within the struct, so rather than storing them as all separate variables, because that is a bit unwieldy. Yes, then we have our free roam flag. So I think what we want to do is we will, if we do a random bool with weight, and please do forgive the logic here, it's all very much work in progress. So if we say like 90% of the time they will go ahead and do their usual job, but then the rest of the time they will do a free roam. Hang on, is it even doing a free roam properly? That's the question. Yeah, we'll have the 3 seashells. I think the free roam on this, yeah, it's just random generating something from there. Oh no, it's not. No, sorry. My bad. Yes, that's what we should be doing. Right, so I think let's start cleaning this up a little bit. Then we're not needing to check the variables. So yeah, so 10% of the time they will do a free roam. In fact, let's do this even more interestingly, because we need multiple outcomes here. So if we do a random int in range, so let's say 0 to 100, just to make it easy, and then we'll do if can we do between? Yeah, that's what I was after. Right, so between 0 and, let's say, 75. So 75% of the time they will perform their normal roll action. Again, this is not final logic, this is literally just us testing it. Okay, and then we will say, actually we need to set this, otherwise it will re-random it each time. Oh, I can't do that from within there. Do we have a macro I can borrow? Yes, we do. That'll do. Local int. I've moaned about this before, but you can only set and assign local integers or any local variable from within a macro. But if you copy paste it from the macro, then it'll work. Strange but true. Because we don't want to go from the hassle of making another variable and sort of having variable bloat. So instead, we can just do this. We're just assigning our random integer to a local, like, virtual variable. Yeah, so 0 to 75 is technically 76, because 0 to 100 is technically 101. So if you want to make it absolutely accurate, it will be 1 to 100, and that would be 1 to 75. And then this one would be 76 to 90. And we'll do a free roam. Otherwise, we will do a specific bathroom check. So yeah, so we will grab, we'll have to grab the bathroom one from here. I suppose we'd make that 89, wouldn't we? So 90 to 100 would be the final 10%. Sorry, Luke, I missed your question. Yeah, so when it comes to NPCs interacting with one another, yes, absolutely. We want friendships. We want, like, an office romance aboard the ship. We want all those human interactions that humans would have in this environment, because essentially we are trying to simulate life aboard a starship. So all the tribulations of life aboard a starship need to be catered for. So yes, there will be inter-NPC relations at some point. So each NPC will have a table of all the other crew members that they work with, and they'll have basically what would the right word be? Basically a like and dislike list for all the different NPCs, which means that an extension of that is if if an NPC happens to be their partner and then that NPC dies, then that's going to have a much greater effect on their morale than if it was an NPC they didn't like. In fact, if it was an NPC they didn't like, their morale might even go up. It's a bit dark, but you know, that sort of thing. Yeah. Yeah, they spend 10% of their time on the toilet. Just for testing. Right, let's get our game state and make sure we add that extra array. And again, that is not a particularly expandable approach, so we need to rethink that a little bit. Yeah, I need to make sure that it's actually setting that as well. Which I'm assuming is in the constructor. It's been such a long time since I've done this that I've completely forgotten what I did back when I first made it. Yeah, so... get bathroom. Okay. Typically I've copied the wrong one. So we don't want fixable, we want NPC POI. So the fixable ones are the ones that the repair teams will go and fix. So that's code that we had already set up when we had things breaking. So we'll just grab a random array item from our bathroom list, of which there'll be 3 right now. We will then set our target for the NPC. And then we need to make sure that it's not already reserved by someone else, so we don't get 2 NPCs trying to path to the same place. Just make a custom event for this. Path to POI. Just pop that in there. Okay. Yeah, so rather than just having them say performing role action, ideally we need some custom text for the debug, which they're getting from the class. Well, I guess to begin with, we could use the class of point of interest to define the text, but it would be nice if we could define that on the actual point of interest itself. Easier, I suppose, if we did a blueprint interface for that. Because we know so if we grab our current POI POI target? Yeah, that one. And then what we want to do is send a message to that to grab the text. So if we set up a blueprint interface for that, do I have one already? Yeah, I do. Look at that. Okay, yes, that stuff we're already doing. So we want to add a new function to that, which is get POI description. And this one's going to need an output rather than an input. It took me ages to get my head around this years ago. If you want something back from a blueprint interface, you need to put it in as an output. Do that as text, I believe. Right, so that should be all we need to do there. Although let's give all these categories so that we're not spamming our interface list with random functions without any kind of category associated with them. Right, so that's the character, that's the point of interest. So under interfaces, we should now have all these POI ones, and get description. This is basically what's spitting out the description. So we need to promote that to a variable and make it instance editable. Fix that. Now for each one of these, they're now going to have a description, and I think what we'll do, if we make, hang on, let's close some of this stuff. As always, too many windows, too many tabs. Too many tabs is like my middle name. Clear that because it's huge. Right. So performing role action. That's the default text we want to see, unless we override it. So on these ones, we could override these for serving at the bar, or just serving drinks. And then these ones would be using the bathroom. This one would be gazing into space. This one would be waiting table. That's what this one be. Right. So we don't need to enable bathroom as a valid POI now, because it will be doing that on its own. So just to confirm, on begin play, if it's bathroom, it will register itself, and then on the AI character, oh yeah, we need to do that, it will grab that array, so that's fine. Right, so this we need to get POI description. It'd help if I could spell, wouldn't it? Right. So we can now override that text with an actual per POI description. Let's give it a whirl. Yes, Anasi. So the NPC crew should be a fully fledged NPC crew. You can go up to them, you can speak to them, you can issue commands, you can make requests of them. All of those things will be implemented in the long run. Right now, we're just doing the basics, making sure that they can path around, and by the end of this stream, making sure that we've got 200 NPCs on the ship, possibly even with their own assigned quarters, all going about their business. Well, look at that. Worked perfectly. Where's the other one? Oh, she's off somewhere. Yeah, so she was trying to path around here and gave up. True Kaji, very good point. Yes, I agree. Don't know where the other one went. It's just wandered off. So we're waiting for that 10% chance that they'll go off and use the bathroom. If they don't do it in a minute, I'll force them to the bathroom. Okay, that's working as intended. I'd love to know where the other one went. Yes, David, except it will be on the holo display. So for 2D communications, like if you're hailing another species and they don't have holo technology, then you'll have a floating 3D screen, or a floating 2D screen, as it were, in the holo display. There he is. Wonder where he went off to. So he's printing a food item in completely the wrong place. I might need to lessen the acceptance radius on those points of interest. I must need to rebuild the nav mesh because she's under the impression that she can walk through there. It's a shame she's stuck on the table, otherwise it would be interesting to see where she was free roaming to. Ooh, are you using the bathroom? Yes, you are. Oh, hang on a minute. That's one of the engineers. They've come all the way up from engineering to use the bathroom. That's a good point. So yes, because the engineering crew are obviously the same NPC base class, they will also be requiring the bathroom. 10% of the time. I shall, Anassi, yeah. And what I'll do, we will get the list of bathrooms, and we'll do a line trace to each one, and we'll work out which ones are closest. And they will 3 at the moment, but yeah. Here we go. Look, so he's obviously needing the bathroom, so he's now going to go all the way upstairs. And she's already been, so she's all right. I'm going to head him off at the pass. Quick, 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 quick. Go, go, go. Did he give up, or is he still on his way? I think he gave up. Might be one of those things where they've decided that the deck they're on is the right Z height, depending on how you pronounce it. She's still stuck free roaming. And the other one, oh no, he is still doing what he's supposed to be doing. Good, good. Why is he standing there? There isn't a POI there. Okay, so yeah, so the nav mesh. I wonder if it's because that's not on the nav mesh. That might be confusing them a bit. So, because the nav mesh runs around like this, they shouldn't be trying to go through the tables, unless, because there's a valid nav mesh here, perhaps they're trying to use the tabletop. I might need to change the thing and make it so that the tables are definitely not a valid nav mesh location. Same with the pool table, so they don't end up jumping up onto it. Although we do want the cat to be able to jump onto it, so we might need a separate nav mesh for the cat and the chicken. And I think we might need to make sure that the chairs block navigation as well. Although we do want the NPCs to sit in them. Right, so why does this one keep wandering off? I completely scrolled past it. I think I did, didn't I? Yeah. Right. So he's assigned to the steward's role. The role and rank are irrelevant for now. Right, and his valid POI types are stewards and VIP lounge. Weird. This walk to radius, that's how far they free roam. So they should just walk, within a 5-meter radius of where they are. Let me just check though to make sure that they are actually finishing their action. So what random location? They're not dead, so we're good. Get random pointed navigable radius. We have our success or our fail. Oh, so okay, so we weren't checking a fail condition there, so that's probably something we want to add in. So make sure that we cater for that. And then we'll skip the idle action and go straight to there. So this is the kind of thing that normally you'd use a state machine for, but we will refine this and make it a lot more sexy. It won't be quite as clunky as it is now. And the died logic just needs to go there. Not that they can die right now. Right, so for testing purposes, let's just pop that in there. And then change that from 76 to 89. So it's only just doing those two actions, so we can test those two actions out. Hang on, what's going on there? Because we're not doing that. Okay, so well, that's fine because we're handling that there. So yeah, all good. All good. I'll see you, Luke. Have a good one. I think the tall blue things in the chairs were cameras. I shall double check. Because the chairs are actually pawns that you possess when you sit in them, because they're essentially vehicles that you can drive around, at least the ones you can drive around. So we should be able to summon a security officer in there now. Okay, so she's off for a free roam. Yes, Ethan, it is. In fact, I have a whole NPC test level we can do this on. But specifically I want to make sure that the pathing works across decks here. Like, she's come up from engineering, as has she. Why are they stopping in the same place? Oh, so it's probably affecting the Roomba as well. Yes, yeah. If you were go to red alert, then that basically resets all the NPC logic. So they'll all go off and do whatever they've been assigned to do for a red alert situation. I think we need to be checking the actual Z distance when we do free roam checks, so they only free roam on the deck that they're on, because otherwise they're free roaming up to 5 meters up and down. Yeah, let's do that. And while we're at it, let's also grab a bathroom point of interest and stick it down here on F deck. So the bathrooms on each deck are behind the stairs, i.e. here. So the room here behind the stairs is where the bathrooms will be. So actually, if we just copy that one over, make sure we're on F deck NPC, grab that. I guess we'll have, yeah, probably have the cubicles on the inside edge and kind of sinks and things around there. In the grand scheme of things, it's quite a large bathroom, probably bigger than we need. But we will refine that over time. Right, so there's a bunch of bathrooms on the engineering deck now. And what we'll do in the code is, when it comes to the logic of bathrooms, if we do a for each loop on that, I guess we'll need to build a secondary array based on distance. It is Eaton, you're correct, except it's so big that this side is the janitorial side. So really you've got enough room for 3 rooms here. It really is quite huge. But we'll see. We'll see if it remains huge once we've actually fleshed it out with wall panels and furniture and, you know, all the toilet cubicles. It might end up being smaller than we think. And then in the janitorial room, this is also where we'll be like recharging Roombas and things. So like the Roomba stations where they offload their dirt and stuff will be in here. So get world location. That's better. And then we get actor location for the self, and we just do distance vector. So we'll just measure the distance to each of the bathrooms, and then we will attempt to path to one. if the reserve check fails, then we will try again, basically. Yeah, well, and that'll be on every deck as well. So every single deck behind the main stairwell will have the bathroom, and then in rooms like the bar, the mess hall, they'll have their own separate bathrooms as well. So the crew shouldn't be short for bathrooms. Right, so we're no longer going to do that randomly. We're going to do it intelligently. We're going to need to, I guess, make a secondary bathroom array. So we want to get that and clear it. Again, these will all be properly commented and sorted out once it's working the way we want it to work. Okay, so for each we are grabbing our distance. Hang on, what's the best way to do this? Because we need to, ideally we need to record the array index. So we want to record the distance against the index. So really we need to map, but then that would need sorting. So yeah, a struct would be better because we can then sort the struct by field. Or, yeah, so actually, hang on a minute. So we make that a float array instead. Wait for Unreal to get over it. Nope, still not over it. Come on, you can do it. There we go, it's got over it. Right, so if we just add that. So it should keep the same index because we're doing it on a one-to-one basis. So then all we need to do then is get based on lowest get like minimum of float array, I think it is. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that's what I wanted. So we'll get the index of the minimum value. So that's always going to be the closest toilet, because we're going to measure the distance as a float, store those floats, which will have the same array index because we're doing it one-to-one. Grab the index of the lowest value, and that gives us whichever the closest toilet is. So then we can simply set that as our closest toilet, and then we will send them forth to the closest toilet. That should do it. The occupied check comes later. So when an NPC goes to a point of interest, it does a reserve. So that point of interest basically is flagged as being reserved. So we do a reserve check first to see whether or not it's already reserved. If it is, then we skip to the very, very end, and then we just recycle from the beginning. So it'll abandon the attempt and pick another one. So let's set this to force them to all use the bathroom. So we now have a crew of very desperate NPCs. So if I teleport straight down to F deck, hopefully we'll see them using those bathrooms. Straight down here. Hang on, I'll fix the rendering in a sec. Right, so they're all going, thankfully, to the correct bathroom spots. Don't know why she's going to that one. That's clearly not the closest. But the important thing is the engineers are going to the engineering bathroom, whereas if we go up to deck 2, I really need to change these debug shortcuts. Then these ones should be using these. Why are they not? And where did they go? Did they go to engineering? If so, why did they go to engineering? Yeah, for some reason the stewards came downstairs to this one, so that's interesting. And that's very much a first come first serve thing now, so any other NPCs won't have a bathroom to go to. So we can always prioritize deck at some point. Let's change the text on that one. Don't seem to have any temporary lighting in here, so let's just sort that out as well while we're here. do, just so we can see what we're doing. Yep, they should be there. So as long as they're on a valid roll of bathroom, then they should automatically update themselves. So these ones here, yeah, they're all classed as bathroom. So the NPC should see those ones as being closer. I'm wondering whether yeah, so horizontally those bathrooms would be here, which would be closer. So you'd think obviously vertically they're further away, but horizontally they're closer. I'm wondering whether it's getting confused with a horizontal measurement. I mean, that should be a 3D measurement. Let's add some debug to this one and see how far away it actually thinks it is. Do we have a debug tick? No, we do not. Let's add one. Actually, let's do it after there. Keep it cleaner. Right, so that's the value that we are working with. So that NPC, let's give that a color and make it last forever. Yeah, so that NPC should be going to something which is, because I have an editor utility that gives me this ability. So we can check how far away it is. Of course, the view distance check does a sphere of line traces. We don't want that one. Right, so that actor is 21 meters away. Yeah. So when this NPC goes to use the bathroom, which either of them do, like this one is 24 meters away, so that should be the values we're seeing. Whereas the one down in engineering, let's just pick that one for example, because it would be the closest one to where they stood. That one is 8 meters away. Ah, interesting. Right, so in actual fact, vertically, it is closer than these are horizontally, which seems weird, but that's what the distances are telling me. So that's why they're going down there. Right, okay, so let's I think what I'll do, is we'll make sure that they stick to the same deck. So, oh no, how do we do that? I was going to say we could just measure. So if we check to see whether the, yeah, we'll do that. If the Z distance is more than, say, 100, and as in it's off that deck, then set the distance to some massive value so they'll never pick it. Okay, so we want, in that case, distance 2D. This is going to be a bit messy for a minute, but I have a plan. Right, so we're basically only measuring the vertical distance, and then we're saying, is that greater than, say, 1 meter? Okay. And then we'll do a select on that. Stick that in there. Right, so if it is greater, then we'll set a crazy value there. So make literal float. And we'll set that to something crazy like 10,000. So yeah, so what we're doing is we're measuring the distance just vertically. If it's over 1 meter away, then we're going to set our bathroom distance as a crazy long value. If it's not less than 1 meter away, as in it's on the same deck, then we'll just do a lateral measurement to that bathroom. We could do the same and just use the X and the Y, but that should work. Let's try that. Yes, you can definitely make the stairs more expensive. You can have nav modifier volumes where you can apply certain values to walking through those areas. But this is more about the NPC picking the point of interest from the list of available points of interest. So like in the NPC brain, they know intrinsically where all the bathrooms on the ship are. So in their logic, they need to think to themselves, right, I know where all the bathrooms are, where's the closest one to me? Where that will fail a little bit is right now, apparently. So they're running off downstairs. Why? Yeah, so if there was a closer bathroom on the deck below, they'd ignore it and go to the one that was further away. It's interesting. It's also, I don't think I enabled the debug on that, did I? No, I didn't. Right, let's increase that to lots of 9s. See what number they come up with as their measurement. I mean, another solution to this is we just give the point of interest an actual deck. So it has a deck tag with it. And then we can just say, you know, look for bathrooms on the deck I'm on. Right, so that's saying 1600, which is double the distance to the one below. And yet, they're still going downstairs. Am I making everyone need the bathroom now? Yeah, definitely. If they're like super desperate for the bathroom, then yeah, they'll sprint to it. Yep, that's not a bad shout, AJ. Yeah, they have no manners whatsoever. Yeah, so the second and third attempt there, obviously they're stood right in front of it. Right, so let's actually double check what we're actually getting here value-wise. This is turning into the world's messiest blueprint. Right, so we'll check that value and see what we're actually getting for that. We're definitely forcing a really high value there. I might get it to spam the list of bathrooms. And then, yeah, if we do that actually, so for each, yeah, let's do that. So let's go through the list of all the ones we've done, and then we will basically report our list of distances, because we should see 5 of them with a value of 9999999. See whether we do or not. That is exactly the case, Ethan, yes. So vertically, the F-deck bathrooms are closer than the B-deck ones are horizontally. So measuring in 3D space, the F-deck ones are closer because they're right underneath where the NPCs are stood. But as AJ said, we need some kind of penalty per deck. So for each deck, oh, look at that, we're getting a 0 value. Oh, Hang on. Oh yes, because I didn't check for the debug. Right, so what it's not doing then, because it's giving us the exact measurement of each bathroom, so it's actually not doing what I told it to. So that hang on, let's try this instead. Perhaps it's because I was using the 2D version of it instead. Oh, of course, yeah. So of course, Vector 2D would be ignoring the Z anyway. That will be why. That will be why. Yeah, I'm going to ignore the debug on that because it's just going to give us meaningless values without the debug check. We just need to check that we are actually populating all the 9s in the array. Yeah, actually, I probably do have a bucket asset somewhere I can put in place of the cubicle, just for hilarity's sake. There we go. Still not sure why he's stopping in the doorway, but you can see on the list in orange there that the other bathrooms are artificially pushed out of range. Don't know why she's deciding to give up on life and stand there. Need a little sign there. Please don't pee on the door frames. Oh, off she goes. So she's probably going to get stuck. And then she's going to fail, and then try again. Right, so I think we need to set the acceptance radius a lot smaller. That should be in centimeters. Alright, yeah, so that's the random radius. So actually we'll fix this random roam while we're here as well. So what we want to do is remove the Z component on that one. So we want them to pick a radius within within a horizontal plane. So the X and Y we can take from the random point, and then we'll force the Z to be on the same level as the actor, so they won't try and path to a different deck if they're just kind of randomly walking about. And right, okay. I was trying to work out why we had the random point, but it's because of this flag here. So yes, so we're going to that one, which means I can't do that because that will break this. So we have to do it here instead. Didn't want to make an array, I want to make a vector. So X and the Y and the Z from there. Yeah, so if we were to do it after this point, then we'd be essentially telling every POI to be on the same deck as the NPC, which would be broken. But yeah, so our acceptance radius is tiny. Let's make it even tinier. Because even if he's going to that one, I mean, see, I'm already 2.7 meters away, so if he stood, if we assume that the origin point of the actor is floor level, yeah, he's like 2.7 meters away at that point. Far be it from the like 5 centimeters we had set. He'd have to be like stood here. Interesting. Right, let's get rid of all the debug spam because we don't need that. So we know that that's working. Right, so let's set this back to 76. So we'll go from 76 to 100. So they should yeah, so they should toggle between randomly walking around and using the bathroom. So let's just make sure that that indeed works and that their free roam doesn't take them to a different deck. Shouldn't do. I mean, the NPC width is 80 centimeters. Or is it? No, it's not that high. Probably more like 30. 40. No, I think it's 40 because, yeah, because the capsule was 80 centimeters wide. Okay, so they're free roaming in the right place. Let's just see if they wander off. Okay, so off to the bathroom. Will they give up in the doorway? Yes. Aha. I think I see the problem. So the interesting thing there is that she shouldn't stop and use the bathroom because she's not where the point of interest is. So she should actually be failing to get there. But it's coming back as a successful path. Yeah, it's the nav mesh agent that needs to be made smaller for that. This guy is for some reason hiding in a bush. That's kind of creepy. Why are you in the bush? So wondering whether we need to be more specific with this. So success would go into there, and then everything else would be considered a failure. I don't know whether this exec pin, actually let's try that. I don't know when this fires, like whether it's firing constantly during the movement or whether or not it fires after. Let's try it on our debug character instead. Because I'd much rather use the more granular approach to this. So show debug is true, then we will print a string, and we'll get that, and then we'll do that, and we'll see what it's saying. Actually, no, if it's false, we'll just ignore the debug and do it anyway. I'm hoping that this pin only fires when it's given up its movement result at the end. That's a point actually. So things like the Christmas tree and other cosmetic things that were spawning in really need to be spawned in without collisions, so that if a Christmas tree suddenly appears, the NPCs don't get stuck to it. I guess we need to look at dynamic nav mesh updates. Right now they're using a static nav mesh, which means they're not having to recalculate that on the fly, which is saving performance. Because it would be nice to have dynamic obstacles and yeah, like crowd management and that sort of thing. Okay, so we know why he's there. Where did she go? Oh, another dude. So he's free roaming. I don't know which one is running the debug code. Ah, so one of them just said success. But which one? Well, at least we know that the pathing isn't running continuously, so it's definitely a when it's finished output. I think we need to change the linger time on those as well. In fact, let's build that into the POI stuff. So if we do, so let's rename this to get POI info. Let's be more professional, we'll say data. Let's call that debug text, because again, up the professionalness a bit. So we want debug text and linger time, which is going to be a float. Right, then on the POI itself, get POI data, so the description goes into there, and we'll rename that as well to debug text, because that's what it actually is, and we'll promote that to a variable and make that instance editable. Right, so in the NPC logic, we are, when we do our idle action there, yeah, so we're doing a random float for the idle action. So what we'll do is if we pop that in there as linger time, and then we shall add a bit of variability to that. So we do it from, I don't know, like -5 seconds to +5 seconds, maybe even 10. Actually, no, let's go with 5 because I don't want to end up with a negative value. Right, so we'll give it a linger time with some randomness, which means we just need to plug the linger time in there. And then when we're doing our free roam, we'll stick the linger time, give it a second, so they're just kind of wandering about. So that was the repair timer. Let's do 10 seconds on that one. Is that all of them? I think so. Right, and if we set a default linger time of 30 seconds, then we can change those accordingly. So if we set the bathrooms, let's say 20 seconds of peeing. We'll also we'll chain. Yeah, good point, Delta. We'll chain events onto this as well, like then like washing their hands and stuff. Yeah, so like gazing out into space, they can do that for a bit longer, say a minute. Waiting tables, we'll keep that at 30 seconds. Oops, didn't want to rotate them. I liked the idea of tending bar. That's sounds better. And if we do maybe 15 seconds per spot. I did, that's exactly what I said. Yeah, right, so let's fix that navigation. So one of the things that we might struggle with here, I think, I don't want to break these nav mesh joiner thingies. Generally they're on the stairwells. Do we have any? Oh yeah, here's one. So yeah, these things. These, what are they called? Navlink proxies, that's the thing I couldn't remember. Right, so these things, we're having to use these to join the nav meshes together. Now my concern is if I generate the nav mesh on just one deck, it's gonna mess that up. I suppose we can just suck it and see, can't we? Right, so if we turn off every deck, so I don't want to have to load up every single deck. Let's try this a minute. Where are we? Build, navigation. Following levels are hidden. Continue with build. Yes. Right, so we haven't lost our pathing there. I think we did, however, lose the pathing there. Yeah. Alright, yeah, so I'm going to have to load every level. Right, so let's have a look at our nav proxy a minute, because that's obviously... it's obviously using a really wide capsule. Right, so agent radius is 35, so let's make that 30. Wondering whether that's just a display thing rather than actual lack of pathing. Hang on, let's look at the project settings a sec. So here's our default values. Turn up the max slope a bit so we have steps. So the capsule on the character there. Right, so the capsule radius is 23. Right, yeah, so that gives us a character width of 46 centimeters. So that's basically the width of their shoulders. So really, that should be 23. That just ensures that the character can fit through any gaps. The agent height would be 92 times 2. So that ensures that they won't get stuck on overhangs and such. Right, so if we get rid of that, see whether it picks up those default values. Of course not. Why would it? Yeah, so max step height of 40. I think most of our steps are 20 anyway, but stick it at 40 just in case. Stick that at 180. Do we have weird collisions? That's the next question, because it could be a nanite fallback geometry issue. Like if this doorway has bad geometry, that could explain it. Nope, it's not that. Yeah, so there's the collision. But interestingly, this door isn't any narrower than the doors on A deck, and they are alright. Let's just load up A deck a minute just to double check. Yeah, I'm sure that's the same width doorway. Yeah, that one's fine. As are these. How weird. Right, so we need one of them nav proxy things then. One of them. Not entirely sure how they're supposed to work. I think basically if they overlap the mesh on both sides, they'll link those together. There's not, as far as I'm aware, no, I don't think you can manually create the path. It's all like generated on the fly. So yeah, so that's now, oops. Yeah, so that's now generated a link between those two nav meshes. So that might just be the solution we need to run with, because the doorway looks the same size and should be the same size. So we've got a similar issue with these. It could be, but you know, arguably there was a finished floor here. Yeah, so technically they're being blocked from going in any of these rooms. Right, so in order to generate the nav mesh, we're going to have all the framework levels enabled. Okay, and then we need all of the interior walls. We don't need the ceilings. We do need all the interior walls. Okay. Get rid of the unnecessary snap guide. The other thing we can do actually is we can stick a nav mesh blocker on there as well. So if we go to BDEC interior walls, and we shall add a nav modifier volume. We just sort of cover the table with it. That will just ensure that, that the NPC doesn't try and like jump on the table. Properly centered. That will do enough. Okay, so if we build paths now. Right, so now we don't have that pathing on top of the tables anymore, so hopefully that will force them to walk around. We still have our nav join there. And we should hopefully have path all the way down to the bottom. So yeah, we've got the nav mesh join there. So we have one here, yeah, there. I wonder why this room allows the nav mesh through and this one doesn't, because that door and that door are exactly the same width. So that makes little in the way of sense. Hey Gilded Rose, you are very welcome. And we now have 3 streams a week. Even more exciting. Right, so if all of our efforts are paying off there, then these guys should hopefully come into the bathroom. Don't know where she was going. Huzzah! Oh, she's just confused. Ah, see, that would be the acceptance radius, I would have thought. Because I set the acceptance radius to 1 centimetre. She's like, oh, I don't know where it is. He's like, I've walked a bit, and now I'm using the bathroom. Come on, you've only got 20 seconds. Okay. So I'm wondering whether off path can be ignored. But then we don't want them to completely ignore and fail. So if we just give them a definite fail state. I don't know what off path means. I'm wondering whether actually no, we will. We will. So let's grab that and that and build that into our fail. So we can actually see specifically what's going on with this. So we won't bother with that. That could be a pure cast. Right, so that one would be path blocked. That one would be off path. That one would be aborted. Pathing aborted. And that one would be path invalid. Right, that should give us a bit more granularity on exactly what's going on with this. So we don't need that anymore. That can just go straight into there. That's our main logic, so that can move up a bit. So we won't bother with those, we'll just stick to that. Because when they're wandering around like headless chickens, it will be interesting to see whether or not it's flashing up any of these. Right, and then we won't bother with the failure there, because we're handling it there. Same there. Tidy up some of this spaghetti. Right, let's try it a minute and see how we're getting on. I see. It's expecting to receive a transform, which is why I would have expanded the pin beforehand. Don't know why I can't just leave it blank, but there we go. It was at the beginning of the stream if you fancy rewinding it at some point. Let's see what they're up to. It's interesting. I wonder why they're saying pathing aborted while still walking around. Okay, let's just force them to free roam then, and then we'll have a look at what they're doing from there. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just slowly have the ship fill up with cats over time. I shall find some buckets. Okay, so they do pathing aborted almost continuously. I wonder whether that's something that's normal for the navigation system. So let's ignore that then. So we'll hopefully it will keep firing this event until we end up with some kind of success or failure. Yeah, let's, just out of curiosity, let's give it a specific failed message to see whether they just stand still. And in the interests of efficiency, let's load up the NPC test level. Interesting. Okay, so eventually they all reach a failed state and then just sit there, apart from this guy who is just having a whale of a time in his shorts. Don't know what's going on there. Fine. So what if we do this instead? So on success we do our usual success thing. On failure we work out, you know, why we failed. Maybe, but they all seem quite happy now. I'm wondering whether that top pin is actually constantly firing, because these guys are all okay. So it would make sense that that constantly fires. Yeah, if we keep that there like that, and we do a duplicate of that, but rather than have it stop the pathing, what's the best way of doing this? I suppose duplicate this. So we'll duplicate that down there. So what I want to see is, what is the NPC actually doing whilst it's doing it, and if this is firing constantly, then we should see the NPC's text flicker between all these different states until it either eventually fails or succeeds. Interesting. So it's fascinating how none of those states are being registered. Which is what I'd expect, because I wouldn't expect them to have any issues. Yeah. There's Buster, who for some reason has lost his animations. And there's a random naked guy. That's what I was thinking, Queeg. Yeah, same thing. It's just, if that's happening on tick, then it's happening so quickly that then yeah, we wouldn't see it. Especially if, although no, saying that, we don't set the text once we start running the pathing. So let's give it a success as well. See whether it's just constantly success. Like, is it just saying, yep, I'm fine? as suspected. That's useful actually, we can use that. So what we can do is we can build like walking logic into that. In fact, we can even, if we switch on this boolean, if we select on this boolean even, if we forget how to type, so we can do like roaming and then walking to POI, so that we can see exactly what they're doing. And then on the success state, we can do something similar there as well. Yeah, so if we do a success message there, just to say like waiting or something, then we'll get a clearer picture of what they're doing. Although I think we've got that bug where we can't copy paste anything. Yeah. Which means we need to start and stop the engine. So they should all now say roaming. And when they stop, it should say just like waiting. Yeah, it's not a bad shout. May as well do that. Actually, no, I don't want to do it in here because that's our macro. So if we do it outside of the macro, we make that 5 because it's a random between -5 and +5, so it could only ever be as low as 0. That seems to be doing exactly as we want. Right, if we had a couple of bathrooms then, so let's just make a couple of bathrooms over here. Using the bathroom. And we'll make them really quick so they can use it for 5 seconds and then they can get off. give them a bunch of bathrooms to use. And then just for CSI, we'll find a bucket. I'm sure I've got one somewhere. Don't know whether beer bucket is what we want, but actually that's quite amusing. A frosty bucket. Maybe not a frosty one. What about just a generic plastic or metal bucket? No, that's a paint bucket, we don't want that. Also a paint bucket. I'm guessing that's big, but that's probably even funnier. How are we scale-wise? That'll do. Okay, bathrooms. Fully equipped. And then we need to make sure we set the random doodah to include roaming and bathroom. And might be worth increasing the roam range actually. Where are we pulling that from? Let's make it 10 meters. Actually, let's make it random. So we put that back to 5 meters. And then we do minus 250 to plus 250. And we do that plus that. Gives us a bit of randomness on our free roam. So they're not all walking the same distance every single time. Okay, let's check the P buckets. Who's going to be our first customer? Do none of you need the bathroom? Sorry, bouquet. Oh, we have a customer. Oh, I got excited then. Tantalizingly close. Hang on, did I mess up something on the logic? Let me just double check that. Oh, I did. My bad. That's what I did. Changed the wrong box. Okay, now we will have bucket users. Okay, that seems to be... Oh, that was a path blocked then. Interesting. Wait, did our nav mesh not go this far? Oh, no, look. Ha! That would explain that. Now they can get to the pea buckets. That should say walking to pee. Brilliant. That's interesting. So yeah, he said path blocked. We definitely need some crowd avoidance code in this. Why would you stand there? And then No Pants Guy is just shocked into silence. He's just like, look at it, he's seen things. Well, I would say we had a measure of success there. Yeah, if I move the buckets closer to the point of interest as well, that will help. They should be able to walk between them though. Why did it just scale them? That was weird. It's that whole control thing. So, a bug I've noticed, if you select multiple things using control rather than shift, then did you see it just change the scale of those? I'm not actually clicking the widget, I'm only clicking the buckets. And yet it changed the scale. Yeah, if you hold shift and do it, it behaves. I need to kind of keep reminding myself, don't use control when you're multi-selecting. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. So yeah, the pathing is a little bit close. It's only a test map, I don't care too much. So what are these ones? You've got engineering there. Engineering. They're all engineering. Do you have any command ones? Or is that these ones? Okay. Right, so if we restore the logic here, so 75% of the time they should be wandering off to do their job, and then 10% of the time they should be using the toilet. Yeah, so all these people lined up here are doing engineering things, and these guys over here are doing command things. Apart from this guy. Yeah, well, the 10% is just for testing. They'll actually have a proper bladder percentage, which will start weighing their decisions, because what we'll eventually have for the NPC system is they will have, say, every 1 second, they will have a decision-making process. So they'll weigh up their priorities. If their hunger is the highest priority, they'll go do that. If their bladder is the highest priority, they'll go do that. But it'll be slightly more involved in that, because if they're on shift and say it's red alert, then they won't leave their shift if their bladder is only slightly full. Like if their bladder is like fully ready to burst, only then will they leave their station during red alert. So we'll have a shifting priority system. Yeah, it's going to be Sims adjacent, but without any micromanagement. Great, so this guy hit the 10%, he's using the bathroom, and he should then go back to his day job. Yeah, so there he goes, he's going back to his engineering thing. Might be worth just having it actually say that, but yeah, this is what's going to make the ship feel lived in, just having those NPCs going about their business. Yes, Anasi. So if someone's planet side and there's red alert on the ship, then essentially being planet side, they'll have a different ID, like a different location ID. So being red alert or not will be tied to a location ID. So they'd only react to it if those location IDs matched. That's a very good question, actually, Christopher. So I would say, by default, yes, they would just pick the closest toilet, but I think we'll have their own personal toilet as reserved for them only. So you won't get people just going into random crew quarters to use the bathroom. And they will add their personal toilet to the list of potential locations. So if their crew quarters is closer than a public bathroom, they'll just go to their crew quarters. Right, so now that we've got working logic, let's fill up the ship for our final hour. So if we go back to the Magellan, because what I want to do, I want to get all 200 NPCs on the ship, actually doing their tasks, and just assess, what that's going to be like performance-wise. Ultimately, there should be very little in the way of impact on performance, but we shall see. Yeah, the NPCs will eventually be fully interactable, so you'll be able to go up and issue commands or speak to them. To begin with, it will be simple, multiple choice stuff. but we'll expand on that over time, as with everything else. Right, so if we grab our point of interest, make sure we're on C deck actually. So C deck NPC, move that to the right level. So I'm just going to just scatter points of interest around the labs. In fact, let's turn off the decks above so we can see what we're doing. There we go. And then let's turn on some ambient light so that we can see what we're doing. So yeah, we'll just scatter these around, and of course we must make them have these as performing science spelled correctly, and a valid role as science. Hey, Sockbox. Yes, yeah, so we were also talking about that earlier. Obviously we want to populate the ship with crew, and to do that we need to make sure that there's enough crew to, you know, realistically fill the ship. So what we don't want is during an off shift to have like no one around. We don't want the ship to be deserted. Now during a night shift that's different because we can have a lot of crew members in their quarters asleep. But yeah, for the most part during the day we want those crew members up and about and doing stuff. Now, I think I worked out that we've got enough crew on shift to have 2 per lab at any one time. So we need, I guess we'll put the on shift ones just doing their job, and maybe then create some forced free roam ones, but we'll see as we go. Just have these guys just standing there for now, doing their thing. Obviously we'll have NPCs assigned to actual labs that are relevant to their profession as well. Just check we've got a valid pathing. Yep. Camera go. Just wondering whether that's any better of a bucket. No. Yeah, they'll do their dancing once we add the repair stuff back to the game, because they used to stand there dancing when they did repairs. So technically, because of the location of the center of the point of interest, and the fact that the point of interest is the same width as the NPC, they should be able to fit in front of there. You're welcome. P-buckets is a priority. Let's rotate them so that the handles don't get into any awkward positions. That one's standing a bit far away, we don't want any accidents. Picking up sample, that'll do. Yeah, we'll make sure that quarters are private spaces for the crew members. We won't have any invasions or P-tourists. Yeah, on the hanky-panky front, we don't want anything that's any more involved than what you get in The Sims. We certainly won't have, you know, childbirth or anything like that. So again, in the future, these points of interest will be actual objects. So we'll have like science samples on shelving, and then you know, the NPCs will actually come and grab those objects from the shelves and then perform science on them. So something has just occurred. occurred to me while I'm doing these, and I should probably put the linger time as 5 seconds for storerooms, so we don't want them standing in front of the shelves for half a minute. Oops, didn't want to do that. Okay, that should be all of them done. Does this guy not have any defaults? So we'll stick 4 rumbas on this deck. So they should leave there and start roaming about. So I will just check their logic a minute to make sure that they are capable of roaming. Yeah, so right now we're only recording B deck floor panels. So if we... Yeah, should they go in crew cabins? That's a good question. I mean, they're not really designed to go in crew cabins, so I guess we rely on the crew to clean their own cabins. They're more for the public spaces. Let's call it service deck. A Roomba flap, that's not a bad idea. Yeah, so if we do this, then we can actually create an array per deck. And then we need to do the same on the ZIF floor panels. So we should be registering, yeah, so there, so the panel deck we already have. So same here, we will have to pop that in there as needed. And this is where I learn that I have not been setting of course not. Of course not. I remember adding that because that's what we were going to do to make deck aware grunge panels. But yeah, so I need to make sure I set those as we go. Which means on game state we are going to have to do lots of these. I'll do them, no I won't, I'll do them all now. And when I do this properly, because this is just a test right now, I will make an actor in the world which stores all of this so that we don't have to rely on storing them on game state, because obviously these ones are only relevant to the Magellan. So as we add more ships, really they need their own management solution for tracking you know, what floor panels there are and which ones are valid and all that sort of thing. Now fortunately they do manage themselves, so like with this lot all I need to do is say that they're on C deck and to grunge over time. That's it, that's all I need to do, and it will take care of itself. But I do need to go and do that everywhere. Every single panel. And what I can probably do to speed this up actually, if we do BP flooring, then those should be the only ones. Do we have F deck loaded? Oh, we do. Hang on, let's get rid of F deck a minute. Make sure that we've only got the ones we want. So we'll get rid of C deck ceilings as well, because we don't need that while we've got our fake light. Right, let's try that again. BP flooring. So that's all the floors only on B deck. So we want to go, that's all right, C deck. So C deck and grunge over time. Right, so those Roombas should now service the whole deck. In fact, let's check that they do. Oh, and actually, let's fix the B deck one as well, because that's going to require the same thing doing. So go on to B deck. Make sure there's no other panels loaded. Maybe flooring. So B deck, grunge over time. Let's exclude the new ones for now because we don't have doors that work. Right, but the rest of them, they can all get cleaned. Yeah. Yeah, free labor. I just remembered I'm supposed to be drinking water. So if we go down to C deck, we should see some Roombas going about their business. Or they might just all sit there. Oh, I know why. It's because we didn't add the deck thingies. So get C deck, 4 panels, plug them into there. Get D deck, 4 panels, and so on and so on. So that's the Roombas. Of course, they need their service decks setting as well. And then also on game states, we need to do it there as well, don't we? Oh, no, that's fine. Right, so that sorts out the Roomba side of things. Panels sort out the floor panel side of things. So all we need to do is tell each Roomba which deck it's on. So you are on. Probably didn't set the variable to instance editable. No, I didn't. So service deck B deck, which means it will get the B deck. Flooring panels. So we load up. So C deck, frame walls, material walls. And NPC. There we go. Right. So you, and you are all on C deck. Right, so the Roombas should now be servicing both decks. No, they won't go up and down stairs. They are physically incapable, which is why we need to assign them to a deck. Off they go. It's the Roomba army. So these carpets across the entire deck should start adding grunge now. Why are you trying to go this way? Yeah, that's not a bad point, AJ. Yeah, because at some point they're going to break down or be destroyed or just need replacing for one reason or another. So yeah, it would be nice to be able to commission them on a deck. So you 3D print one, bring it to a deck, tell it which deck it's on, and then it will just go off and do its job. And you can give each one a serial number as well, just to set them apart. They should like greet each other as they go past. That would be quite cool. Just stop and have a conversation. So hopefully they're not going to all congregate in one place. Obviously there's a lot of floor panels across this deck. Yeah, so they should roam all over it. Yeah. They just need a quick stop and beep at one another. Right, so they're working. Let's increase our brightness a little bit. Right, so we want some more NPCs, so I guess we'll steal these ones. So these ones need to be science division, and they're working towards science points of interest. Well, that's creepy. Where are their eyeballs gone? I'll have to check that in game. I mean, are they like backwards in her head or something? I don't know, they're just oddly untextured. Sigh. Oh, really? Is it only female characters, maybe? Oh, it is. Oh, that's interesting. The male and the female characters have different material assignments. Or do they? So element 8 and element 6 are an eyeball. Okay. So 8, 6. Oh, they've changed it, so I don't know where things are. Right, so let's get rid of that one and that one. And then 6 and 8 would be those ones. There we go. Eyeballs are restored. So yeah, if that is a bug ticket, it can now be closed. So I suppose we want... So if we've got two crew members per lab, I think there was it 12 labs? I can't remember now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 12. And I guess 13 because we're going with a big one there. So 13 labs. Yeah, let me see if I've still got my spreadsheet. There it is. I knew I had it here somewhere. Yeah, so this worked out as 69 crew members per shift. So there are 13 labs now, not 12. So we were working on the assumption there'd be two scientists per lab. 2 stewards, which I suppose 2 stewards could manage the VIP lounge. Might need a couple of extra. But that gives us a total crew of 207. Right, well, let's work on the assumption of 2 per lab for the shift, because I guess what we want to see is what does the shift look like? Like how many people are actually roaming the ship? Because we're going to have obviously a third of the crew are going to be sleeping, a third of the crew are going to be just doing random stuff in the lounges and such, and then a third of the crew are actually going to be on shift in their shift positions. So let's use that as a baseline. Yeah, I think where we're probably lacking people is like the ancillary staff, like the steward staff and just random operations people. Although we can backfill with droids if we need to. Sorry, robots. Not allowed to call them droids. Makes Disney angry. Sure that these are actually set for science properly. Yeah, right. Okay, so 2 there. We're definitely on the NPC level. Yep. 2 there. Okay, so 2 per lab all the way around there. And then of course we need someone here as well, so we need... That's probably going to mess up, but we'll give it a try. Oh wow, Sophie again, thank you. You are consistently amazing. Very, very much appreciated, thank you. Right, so that should be 26 NPCs, I think. And we need a couple back here as well. Even though this area is technically masked off, we shall add them anyway. these guys can just go in here, and we will give them some science things to do. Thank you, Firstus. Yes, we wouldn't want anyone to feel isolated and abandoned. Right, so that should be B deck populated with 1 full shift's worth of people. I mean, it looks, you know, relatively Spartan in terms of population, but then, you know, once we start actually fleshing the rooms out, it'll probably be, you know, not that much usable space to walk around, because, you know, the labs will have like machinery and stuff in them. So yeah, I think a couple of people per lab is probably enough, and then maybe something like the quantum physics lab may just have like a single physicist in it. Although I think having people working in pairs is probably the best way forward. Probably like an IT tech in the server room as well. Obviously these are break areas. Thank you, Max. Yeah, I won't put anything out here yet because this area is not done. Eventually this will be like tables, chairs, just like a break area for the science guys, and the same on this side. So we'll just have like a drinks machine on the wall and just a place to sit, just so they don't have to traipse like all the way down here to the mess hall or anywhere else. They can just chill like alongside where they work. Thank you, Delta. You need it. Right, let's have a look at C deck and see what that feels like with them walking about. Actually, one of the biggest challenges with the NPCs, and this is a weird challenge, I know, but it's actually having them stay left in corridors. And I haven't quite figured out how to do that yet. Thank you, Delta. Very much appreciated. Oh, thank you for noticing, Danger Mouse. Yes, I have been on a diet. Ah, yes, and this is why they need to stay left in corridors. Brilliant. Ship it. Oh, someone's using the pee bucket. That's interesting. So he's actually directly below where the 3D printers are. So he's got his Z location mixed up, which is interesting. And now he's like well confused. He's like, where am I? Thank you, CSI, and have a good one. So we should be able to follow any NPC as they go about their business, which is kind of, what we wanted to achieve with this. So this NPC's just picked up a sample, and they should now be taking it to a lab to perform science on it. So if we were to follow this NPC around, like all day, you'd literally just see them go to the bathroom, pick up samples, perform science, and basically just go about their shift until their shift is over, in which case they'll then go and occupy the leisure facilities aboard the ship, and just go about their life aboard the vessel, which is definitely what we want. Where's she going now? Oh no, it will have a real impact. So, so science is basically the main upgrade path for the game. So when you collect a sample, that sample will have certain properties that you have to unlock, and all the things you upgrade aboard the ship will be tied to unlocking science on various chemicals and things. The most obvious one is you find a mineral which makes the FTL more efficient, so you get more light years for the amount of fuel you use, something like that. So the idea would be to go down to a planetary surface, either with a probe or in person, find interesting samples, bring them aboard the ship, perform science on them, and then you may or may not find something which is better, and that allows you to then 3D print things using this new element that you've unlocked. Basically that. And things like unlocking alien languages. So we'll have the linguistics lab, where you will take physical samples of alien writing, take that to the linguistics lab, and then the NPCs there will perform science on the objects and unlock that alien language. So the science labs are, kind of integral to unlocking stuff within the game. A good question, Danger Mouse. I think it really depends on what we're focusing on. Like, if we were to focus 100% purely on just fleshing out the ship, I'd say we're still probably 5-6 months away from finishing it in terms of its visuals. But the thing is, we're working on game systems, so we do very little work on the ship itself. All the work is put into just building those game systems. So working on the ship and the ship visuals is always just a small part of every patch that we do. So every patch will progress the ship, but the bulk of the patch is non-ship related stuff. It's all just code. Yeah, so the next trick with this now is getting them to stay left in corridors. Having them all try and hug the inner wall, because obviously they're going to take the the path of the shortest path they can. And of course the shortest path around this corridor is hugging this wall. So yeah, so we need to make them stay left and have them, like, rather than hugging the wall, like, have them more towards the middle when they're walking around. But I imagine we're going to have to probably draw some splines for them to follow and have them follow that spline until they reach their location and then disconnect from the spline. Maybe something like that. Oh yeah, definitely. We're still looking for that. Basically another me to work on the game. We want someone who is a, an established Unreal generalist who can do a bit of everything. We don't have enough coming in to be able to give someone like a full-time career, so we're looking at contractors. It'll get easier hopefully next year, because if we can go to early access with the Founders Edition, which will have the Caravella and stuff with it, then we'll have regular income coming in, which will then allow us to actually give someone a secure job, rather than taking someone on for 6 months, then realizing we can't keep on paying them, which is not a situation we want to put ourselves or them in. I will do one tonight, Firstus. I think we've got enough new stuff in here that it's worth testing performance to make sure that the NPCs aren't chugging people's computers. I mean, they shouldn't do, because I can spawn 1,000 cats with not too much of an impact, so they should be okay. Like this NPC here. If I do that, then she shouldn't be there. So I think there's a countdown of maybe like 5-10 seconds. Yeah, see her? She spawned in then, so you'll see her disappear and appear. So if I block the view, see her name just disappeared. So that was the optimization kicking in. So any NPC that you can't actually physically see basically reduces its rate of animation, and as these guys walk off into the distance, you should see like their leg animation get more and more choppy. Let's watch him as he goes away. Don't think they're quite far enough. But yeah, so it reduces the tick rate on everything the further they are away, and it's a sliding scale as well. So as they approach you, the animations get smoother and smoother and smoother. Yeah, and they get less and less. Like you just saw one walk past them was quite stuttery, just as they go off into the distance. But yeah, I think they're predominantly just sticking to the outer area, aren't they? Which I guess makes sense, because that's where the science is happening. And I suppose also, on the other hand, this is not a true test of how lived in this deck is going to feel, because they're all, going from room to room continuously. They're not just staying to their lab and performing science. They're just constantly on the move, going between labs. So there's a lot more NPCs in the corridor than there would be under normal circumstances. Perhaps I'll increase the timers when they're actually in the labs. Yes, the ship will have security cameras, so every bulkhead like this one will have a camera on it, probably like mounted up on the ceiling here somewhere. So all the cameras will face the bulkhead, So from the bridge, you'll be able to bring up a feed for a particular bulkhead on the internal security station, and then you can like open and close the bulkhead and lock it and stuff, and actually see that happening like on the camera. The frame rate of the camera is going to have to be quite low, because in order to render that as a camera, we're basically recording a scene texture, and writing to that render target is quite costly. So it'll be a low frame rate camera, but we can have cameras, so that should be fun. You're welcome, Firstus. Right, I think we'll call it there, because it's now midnight here in the UK. Hopefully everyone enjoyed the random Friday stream. I think next Friday it might be nice to maybe add a shift pattern to the NPC crew, so have them actually go from their place of work to their quarters to the leisure facilities, and actually watch the shift rotations as they happen aboard the ship, which means we can then start tracking those shift rotations as well, which could be quite good. And I don't know why he keeps coming down here to use the 3D printer. That's really confusing. But yeah, that's something we need to work on, is making sure that they're not for some reason going to the deck below to access something that's above them. But yeah. Right. On that happy note, I shall call it there. Right, well, have a good one, everyone, and I shall see you on Sunday for Sunday's stream. And then after that, Wednesday again. So yeah, 3 streams a week. Busy, busy, busy. Right, have a good one all, and I shall see you on the next one.